Actually, let me check something while we're at it. While waiting for all this to... Hold on. Alright. Well, I'll just have to deal with it like always, but... Good thing is there's always a VOD, so... Whether or not... Well, I have to wait for this to... fix itself anyway, so let me... This is a... I should have thought about this. Yeah, I should have checked this earlier, but whatever. Oh. I kind of should have thought about doing this earlier, but whatever. Let's not deal with it now. Uh-oh. Ooh. Alright, I think we're good. Hello! Apologies for that. I don't know why I thought I should do that after starting, but whatever. My name's Caden, and welcome back to more Great Turn Chronicles. Last time we... Well, now we've indicted, Coroner, so... Yeah. Let's continue with, accusing the Coroner. See how well that works out for us. I really don't know what the bitrate issues are for internet connection, because my internet itself is good. Like, I can run everything else perfectly fine. Even on my computer, the internet's fine. But then... the second we go to stream, it likes to just wibble wobble. Yeah, I don't know. Oh well. Again, thankfully there's VODs as well, so... if it doesn't work out too well on... if it's hard to see it on here, there's always the YouTube VOD later, so... at the very least, there's something that allows it to be watched in its entirety. Albeit, I wish it wasn't like this. But again, I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, I should have thought about that. You know. Oh well. We're too far into it already. And yet, part of me also still wants to try and fix it. I don't know, maybe it is something with my internet. I don't know. I'll have to look at this later. Or now. Depends on what my indecisiveness allows me to do. Part of me wants to try it now. Part of me wants to play the game. Part of me wants to try and do both at the same time, but that never would go well for me, so let's try not doing that. I really don't understand. I mean, I guess it looks fine enough-ish? You know what? No, I gotta stop. This is not the time and place to do it. I already started the stream. I shouldn't be doing this. Apologies. Ay. Whatever. Let's go with it. We've worked with it before, we can work with it still. Right? Let's go with right. Anyways, Old Bailey, Defendant Chamber. Ah, the Knight Errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Court trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator, at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. Hi there. Hold on. Pull that up. I have to ask.
What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look anything like the professor I've met before. Who even is he?
Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster who would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realize, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now, a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. Yeah, I feel bad for Van Zieks, as annoying as he can be, and racist. Yeah, it's gotta hurt. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes? In what particular manner? And the fact that the bitrate is broken. Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. That's true. Scythe was the and there goes the bit stream. For goodness sakes. Why is it going so wonky? Hold on. This is annoying as could be. There's no reason it should be like this. Internet's good. That's really all I got for that. Yeah, internet's good. And yet, we have connection issues. Oh well. Oh well, we'll just have to deal with it. Yes. In fact, I, alone, am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me. Hello? Oh, hi! You got here fast. Dr. Scythe! Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Miss Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. What? Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
What? That's bull. Lord Strongheart.
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case.
Well, I don't care. I'm opening it.
But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you.
You will be going on the dock.
I will force it. I've managed to make Gregson croak. I've managed to beat Van Zeeks. I'm going to get you on the stand, and you are going to speak. She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you like it or not. Huh? Nothing. I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah, yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. You know a lot about this, don't you, Shums? Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bottle of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. It says Shums Caramel. You didn't buy that. You made that. What did that warning from Mr. Shums really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter, then. I'm determined to find the truth, no matter what. Still gotta prove Harebrained innocent, after all. There he is! In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? The prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case is under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation. And this seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. So then, let's begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was carnally involved in this matter. Lord Van Zeeks? My lord? Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tusples? Not at all. She's in the antechamber as we speak and ready to be summoned. Very well. Bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. Shums! State your name and occupation for the court, please.
My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspils. I'm a waxwork artisan, and the proprietress of the Madame Tuspils Museum of Waxwork. You will have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon.
Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are 2 of them in the world.
Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face?
Thank you. A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this?
Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped.
A waxwork model? Kidnapped?
Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I've just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim.
At present, that is no more than conjecture posed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Odie Asman.
But of course, I know him well. He is part of my odious personages exhibit. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all.
Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar.
Are you suggesting that we should see now the demasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock.
This is absurd!
Pardon?
I don't know what face you've carved into your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public, after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information.
I don't know how to say that.
It would seem you are unaware of the Tuspils' principles.
What principles?
The family of Tuspils has always prided itself on sculpting its balls a la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. There's a well-known legend about the Tuspils waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspils family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually, at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We Tuspils will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? Wait, the true visage of the killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tuspil special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave, is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on the matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model and your personal involvement in its creation.
With pleasure.
So she actually might have... So the real face of the actual professor person is under there.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspil family's principles. I enlisted the aid of a gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this.
Wait, I was do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance of my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew. Only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh?
So you truly saw it? The face of that monster!
Naturally. I was aware at the time of that his identity was a secret. But Tuspils would not be Tuspils if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article.
I must blame for the great mad sheep rampage. Does that say Charles Darwin? Darwin. Why is that Darwin? Great stink. Execute criminal, return to Dad's nice cemetery.
It's the most detailed account of what had happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
Oh, wait! Oh, the husband! Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words.
Let me look at that again. Yep, that's the same signature. There's a connection.
The public enjoys absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen some days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it?
That's correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination.
This waxwork links Drebber to Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that which hasn't come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Called it. Alright. And that rumor would be...
A 10-year-old tale now, but one that no Londoner would ever forget.
Oh, right. I know just what you're talking about, I think.
Of course. It couldn't be anything else.
Yes, that story will never disappear.
The tale of the condemned criminal rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Lowgate Cemetery behind the prison in the dead of night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally found its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life.
So he was shot. The corpse climbed out of his own grave?
And then somebody shot him?
Who? Who was it?
Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Does that mean... This camera has been confusing me for a while. Because if you open it, there's blood inside. Could the blood be from... Could it be the professor's blood? If so, because this was the camera that, according to the whole, like, scene, this was the camera that, Enoch had on him. So if that's the case, then when the professor was shot from emerging from his grave, could Enoch have, like, gotten blood on his camera from the gunshot? From the from the blood splatter or whatever. I don't know. But could this be Professor's blood? Strange.
The good people of London, they love stories like this. That is why it was in every newspaper across the capital.
But was it just a story? I mean, this is exactly the scene that can be seen today in your museum, isn't it?
Oui, the special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of that article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madam, might I say something? Please, go ahead, mademoiselle. When something is described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often, rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute as the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful?
Oh. Huh.
It is not possible for the dead to come back to life.
Sorry?
10 years ago, I was there at Lowgate Cemetery. After the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging, I took a wax impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you, the man was dead.
I see. I don't think so.
It would only appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate.
I don't know about that. Brad, is that true of every waxwork in your museum, then?
It is, assuming the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What sort of letters?
When my time comes, please make a waxwork of me.
No!
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals a symbol of status, even.
That's messed up, because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax.
It is thanks to one killer in particular that my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor.
Whose form you claim to have captured by taking an impression from the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of Tuspels.
Hold it!
Surely that's illegal, isn't it?
It would seem the proprietress of this repository was not of novelties was blinded by monetary greed.
It had nothing to do with money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of this Tuspels Museum.
But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity.
I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the Professor.
You know, I get the feeling there's one person that could probably confirm that for us. It would be Van Zeeks. I guarantee, yes, it was a closed court, but I would be surprised if he didn't find his way into that closed court to see what the Professor looked like. So of all people who would know, I guarantee Van Zeeks would know. Let's just have, well, maybe not let's have him show, because maybe that'd be traumatic.
Do you realize what you're saying? The Professor's identity is a national secret.
I understand. And now that the truth about this special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close.
Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread carefully, madam.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think. Don't you?
So, 10 years ago, on the night of the Professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse.
Oui, exactamente.
I had myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be?
I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open and I had some problems with the chin.
Dare I ask?
The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing and consequently, his chin would not align itself correctly.
Oh dear, what a horrible thought.
Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night, I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time.
What do you mean?
When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after the death.
3 hours? Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant?
It's because of rigor mortis.
A regli mortis?
It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible.
Wait.
And then, from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered.
Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one.
As Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw.
I see. So that's why you wait.
Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it's very difficult to do my work.
It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about that information the court just heard from Mademoiselle. It has to be significant, I imagine, right? Hold on, I want to see something. Court record, let me see that file again. Death by hanging confirmed after at midnight. It is very significant. Hold on. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including that in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see.
Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in this court has become extremely grave.
This is no time for jokes, Miss Susato.
Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed.
Bien sûr.
Took me a long time because the onset of rigor mortis. Remind me, when did you do this? May I try something with you, madam? What about this?
Objection!
Madam Tusples, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows.
And? Is that a problem?
I believe it is, because your testimony and a particular detail in the report completely contradict one another.
Where?
Are you going to explain yourself, my Nibonese friend?
According to her testimony, Madame Tusples was creating her wax impression just before dawn. And at the time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam?
You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time.
But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Sai's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th of June.
No!
If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in.
Luis, yes, you're right. The chin would have been completely stiff.
In other words,
This report is wrong.
Objection! No coroner makes a mistake when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd.
In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time.
Impossible! Order! Order! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Sight, but you also implicate members of the staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. My heck!
Extraordinary!
And madness! Objection! My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact.
What fact?
The professor died that night, without question.
He did. Of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows?
Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case?
It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night.
Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution.
Well, now it makes sense why Enoch Dreber is involved in all this.
Take that!
It's gotta be this, right? What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery.
You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now?
Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection! Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press.
Can you be certain of that?
Are you serious?
The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened.
My word. Yes, indeed.
The man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection! Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. And in any case, this was 10 years ago now. There should be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
Actually, funny story about that. On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well.
What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place?
Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes.
You will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who was the alleged witness of the staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago?
Enoch Dreber. The man in question is Mr. Enoch Dreber.
Trevor! The previous witness.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tussble's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Dreber.
Order, order, order! Surely not, counsel. Trevor was there. Locate cemetery.
What is all this talk about, Mr. Dreber? Is the name significant? Of course. Madame Tussble doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. No, but that would mean...
Madame Tussbels? It would appear you know the name, Enoch Dreber.
Oh.
Oui. Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past.
What?
Oh my!
Good gracious! Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes. Yes, of course.
Alright, let's see where this is going now.
The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper.
Yep.
The Daily Circus is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court.
You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article?
Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Actually, does it say that? Can I see that on there? Oh yeah, it does! The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. And of course, there is his Odie Asmon's signature on this. So there is a much deeper connection here than thought.
A disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms.
Unbelievable! When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my house of horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt a waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactamente. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork, and since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery.
Well, I think it's about time we bring back in Enoch. Also, I get the feeling I'm going to have to explain why does all this matter. So, 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to the 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asmund, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated, Dr. Scythe, would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which Cora has seen earlier. Why?
Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying?
Dr. Scythe put her name into a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who is still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But the misconduct was a deadly secret that the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as a body double. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected.
But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case?
She told us so herself, didn't she?
She's gonna play like...
Lord Van Zeeks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart.
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me.
Something happened on the night of the killer's execution 10 years ago, and surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zeeks. Please.
The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped.
Thank you.
But Lord Van Zeeks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
I don't care. The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me.
Yes.
Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together.
Very good.
Order, order, order. Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send us upon you with immediate effect. Address to Dr. Scythe of the Forensic Investigation Team. This woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's order.
Alright then. Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Here we go. And you're here too, I guess.
Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe.
I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zeeks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt.
Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And, Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime.
And where's your evidence?
At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago.
You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead.
That remains to be seen.
Is that so?
According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life.
Don't waste my time.
And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Oh, did he basically blackmail Scythe in a way? Dr. Drebber. Doctor? No, you're not a doctor. You're a weirdo. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So it was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance, actually. Can't you, the man with the spell? Surely he's not going to claim that's what he really saw after all these years. He's a researcher in the University line way. I bet you clever something good if you ask me.
What an interesting twist.
What?
When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters. And in a court of law, too. Very well then. If everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth.
So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery.
Yes, of course, as you wish.
Alright, Robot Man. Hi, Burley. Welcome to the stream. Actor is your favorite witness in all these turning so kooky. I like how he looks a lot. I like the robot, the like, mechanical hand.
The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized that I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
Wait. Wait, hold on. Then I gave up my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article. A motive. So that's it. This paper has Odie Asmon's signature on it. This would mean that Enoch Drebber would have a reason to kill Odie Asmon. Because he's the man who ruined his career as like a scientist or whatever. Huh. Wait a minute. You're now claiming you didn't actually see the professor now?
Of course, you'd have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse could come back from the dead.
But, so you're saying this article is...
Not worth the paper it's printed on. I think that would describe it perfectly. Yes.
If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe would have been working together.
So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument.
Tell me, witness, you claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate?
That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise.
Well, I'm surprised you actually just came out with that.
As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by ghosts of the condemned convicts.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes. Exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I would never lay a finger on any valuables buried with the dead.
Never laid a finger on any valuables buried on dead. Do I have anything that can go against that? I don't think so.
So you were one of the so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society.
Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers.
That is quite beyond the pale. You wouldn't fight divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add.
I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article?
Ah, yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done, claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish. Very foolish.
Well, counsel for the defense, you may now proceed with the cross-examination.
Now once, my lord. Alright. I immediately gotta try this. There's no hold on. I have to. It's too compelling. Too obvious. I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
Objection!
What? Dang it. Let me try pressing it then. Because I can see a motive now for wanting to kill Odie Yasmin.
Hold it!
This article, you mean? Published in a daily circus?
Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article, and carelessly let slip that night after night. I was digging up graves, hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was execrably defiled, and I was expelled as a result. On here, I had no idea.
And having been run out of university, you found employment as somewhat specialist trade.
You combined your knowledge of science with knowledge of stage magic to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never before seen technology, and you used those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Hairbrain was just your latest victim, wasn't he?
Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort.
What's Trevor up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim?
I wonder if perhaps it's because the circumstances have changed now.
What circumstances?
Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, he'll expose a secret in Dr. Sly's past that she would desperately want to hide.
Yes, of course. If Trevor and Dr. Scythe are working together now, then if Trevor were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I'll have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed.
Yes, Mr. Naruto, exactly.
In that case, there's another thing I want to try. Let's see.
Objection!
What? I should have probably saved that earlier, but whatever. Surely it can't be that boring to have that one statement. Whatever. I just continue.
Hold it!
By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you?
Surely you only need to look at the graveyard scene and in my appearance to gauge to answer that.
The lantern and spade.
But who on earth would want... Gosh, dang it. I'm sorry. I started laughing when he said spade, because then I thought back to the whole spade and shovel thing that's been going on. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body?
Any major hospital.
A hospital?
In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously, they can't openly express an interest in obtaining more by dubious means. As aspiring scientists, we young research students have no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. This was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we all told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand.
You realize body snatching is a serious crime. If you are caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences.
We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for our research.
Professor Hairbrain said the exact same.
I'm quite speechless at the levity with which you've revealed this abhorrent behavior.
Well, if you want to know why I was there at Lowgate Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That, I regret to this day.
Let's try something else. What are you talking about?
I think I explained already, didn't I? Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so it was renowned among students of the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night, and as a result, only too willing to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life.
But you said you actually saw it.
I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is impossible, isn't it? You have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night.
I don't know. Is there any material evidence that could show that he really did see the professor?
If we have anything at all, Mr. Naruto.
I know, but he presented against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his.
The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life.
Proof that he saw it. Proof that he saw it. Let me see this again. A sunshine rang out, a bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath instilled once more.
Hold it!
That young woman being Madame Tussballs, of course.
Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I've explained, I went by the name published in the article, and I found the man.
Yeah, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said.
I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me.
So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made, and gave permission for it to be put on display.
I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Wait. I remember now. I purchased something else from that day. Spa.
Oh, the camera?
Did you? I can't say I remember.
What was it, madam?
His camera.
Knew it. Ah!
Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion to any cemetery.
You took a camera with you, sir. To what end?
To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it.
I see.
But I still have it, monsieur. It's part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I'm very meticulous about such details. It is the Tussballs' way. It would seem, then, that this is the very camera that Mr. Drebber took with him to Lowgate Cemetery on the night in question.
Yeah, interesting. Now I can show that, I assume. Just to make sure of something, though. Okay, just want to make sure. So.
Objection! What?
Bruh.
Hold it!
Let me try repressing this. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Thing I explained already. Lowgate Cemetery's rear, Barclay, ghosts. I was scared of the graveyard. Results. Saw it. Mind's eye. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered. Oh, that's a surprise to me. What if I recheck the camera now that it has that new bit of information? Will anything be different about it? Skip this. Check the blood. No, doesn't say it's new. Back here, there's nothing. Let me see this. I don't think I've pressed this yet. The strange happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny.
Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at the time, you know. I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very nearly arrested myself.
So you went to the papers instead?
I started big with the London News, but unsurprisingly, they didn't want to know either. In the end, though, it was the reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague through the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale.
The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadsheets.
And yet only 2 or 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories.
What about the article in the Daily Circus?
That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he
drew this illustration?
Precisely. As I learned, the condemned man was the infamous professor, because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see.
Newspaper reporters are wont to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. So the scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate, then?
Well...
Let me repress this, because I ended up not having it saved. I already read it, but I just want to make sure it's pressed for the sake of press. What's Trevor up to? Why would he suddenly... Yeah. I have to prove that he saw the professor coming back to life. Okay. Is it not what I present? Let me try again. Maybe I didn't present the right thing and I just mistook it. I don't know. Let me try... I feel like this statement has to be the one. Let me try...
Objection!
Oh, hey, that's it. Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that.
Don't believe what?
Your latest claim. You did see the professor on that night 10 years ago.
Oh dear, we seem to be at odds, but I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see.
The illustration with the article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from the tomb, wearing an iron mask.
Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed, even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge.
So, Mr. Drebber, as you just heard, a lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you'd actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have included the mask in that illustration.
Order! Order! Well, Mr. Drebber?
It's a vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely.
What?
As I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified. which is why I had it in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. But afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken.
You're still saying you didn't see it?
If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you.
Of course. Only too happy to oblige.
I can't believe it. They still not going to concede the point. Alright, what's your latest lie?
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's a prison mask. Why would a... Whatever.
Hold it!
What? A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about?
Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see.
You're claiming it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yourself.
Many of the medical students would wear a metal mask to protect them from bacteria during dissections. Clearly that fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more.
We might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them?
When we have news then about... When we know about a student's death then? If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord.
Yes, well,
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter.
Excuse me.
Excuse me!
Madam Tusples. Don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. You're going to break his face.
Pardon. I was lost in my thoughts.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way?
I thought it was a little strange, that's all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dorm, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, no? Including the gunshot.
stop. You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady.
Please, Madam Tusples. Carry on.
Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort.
None. You were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot.
Enough. Shut up, woman. You're making all this up. That will do. Mr. Drebber? Yes. You refute the account just given by Madame Tusples. I have no recollection of ever saying those things.
Come on! Do you really expect us to believe you?
Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom.
Right.
Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with the statement to clarify your position on this witness.
Very well.
That's just what I needed. Finally, I got the statement that's gonna prove you wrong, sir. No blood splatter, and yet we have a very, very obvious blood splatter.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera?
But that's the camera from the fateful night.
Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber.
is that supposed to be significant?
This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extended forward is on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it! What's that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain.
That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact.
Good lord, are you suggesting...
Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood.
Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine it if it was human blood, and not the blood of some animal. But yes, the test of whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough.
I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound.
Well,
And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection! But why? Why would he want to do that?
Well, not for his own gain, it would seem.
For whose then? Who could benefit?
Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody.
My goodness, he's shielding somebody.
Oh, hey, your gaze is pretty telling. Yes, my lord. And clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professor coming back to life to be exposed.
Well, Counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Well, it has to be Dr. Scythe, right? Only one that makes sense.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe.
Scythe? Whatever do you mean?
Imagine if the convict who'd been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light.
what are you insinuating?
And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor...
That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This would be on a joke. Need I point out the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened.
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging.
If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up.
And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret. Even if that meant being complicit in a crime.
You mean...
I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report.
But...
Leg?
Pray forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me. It's just that the sort of tall-tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing.
What's that?
If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever.
Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more.
The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend?
Considered what?
Do you realize just what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman into such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite. I'd imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant.
To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose.
And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too.
Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asmund at all. Or are you forgetting that this death results in me not receiving a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no?
Is the contract that's very true?
The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensics investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asmund's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was trying to kill Mr. Asmund. But why? What was his motive then?
So your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you'd have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with the charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we?
What?
How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence.
Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asmund to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Your motive?
Take that!
It's this newspaper article, my lord.
That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That dribble should never have been written. It's typical guerrilla press nonsense. That means nothing.
Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when you consider alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asmund dead.
What other piece of evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which when cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed.
It would have to be Drebber's contract, right? I think. Gotta make a second save just here real quick.
Take that!
It's the contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asmund. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I have no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common.
Really?
And it's a common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Odie Asmund.
It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these 2 pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
Y'all are blind.
Take that!
Hold on, I got a clue. Give me like 10 seconds, because I have a
window that's... I gotta close the curtain. Hold on. Ay. I just had light shining directly into my eye. It's starting to get on my nerves. Well, geez. Let's continue. What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person.
What?
As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see that Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom.
Let me see now. Good lord, yes! They're identical!
In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Odie Asman.
Objection! But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman?
Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony.
Grave robbing, you say?
Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative.
That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir.
Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist, and it was all because of that newspaper article.
At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life.
So Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Asman managed to position himself at the heart of this criminal network, thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter.
You gonna say anything, Drebber? So you had to give up on your dream and leave the university. You lost everything. Eventually, you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman.
Enough!
Stop this endless drivel about my life.
What?
Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber.
Yes, it's true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back.
What do you mean?
Almost every student of the science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypothesis anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretch or another. After all,
Good gracious!
making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of the locate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that?
Of course I do. Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me?
Oh, I know why. Whoops. Clicked on the wrong thing. The trophy. He's still hanging on to that. I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true.
How dare you?
And I have evidence to prove it.
How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly have to disprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent?
Well, why are you still hanging on to this?
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Trevor? We found it at your workshop.
Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council?
It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord.
There's no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious.
Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Trevor? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. And all as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. The truth is... Finally, he's going to fold. Is he? What? Of course.
Fine. Clearly this has run its course now.
What?
I meant all of it.
What? What are you doing?
It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago.
No. Good Lord! Dr. Scythe, do you realize what you're saying, woman?
It's all true. That day, when I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring at me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night, 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now.
Well, at the very least, that clears Hairbrain.
Why on earth would you buckle now?
Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborated in murder. The great lie about the execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished.
So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice is amid everything.
Surely it goes without saying.
You admit your part in it too, then?
I admit nothing at all.
What?
Have you forgotten the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong.
No!
Order! Order! Order!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened me to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zeeks,
Yes?
I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course.
I've heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper form in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Very true. It slipped my mind.
Isn't he one of your closest friends?
You think I remember friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
Well, you mean...
At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord.
Oh, congratulations, Mr. Arhodo. You've proven Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss.
I don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is... it's weird. And also what Shum said. If anything at all seems weird, pursue it to the very end.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord.
I beg your pardon.
We demand one final testimony.
What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume. What are you playing at now, my Nebonese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that.
Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking?
The truth. The whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open.
Right.
Yes, in hindsight... yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Thanks, Shums. I'm sure Mr. Shums knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client, and to secure an acquittal.
Obviously.
But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court to pursue the whole truth of the case until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe.
Testimony from me? About what?
About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drebber.
In case it's escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. Stop wasting everyone's time. I As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you won for him. There's simply no point to protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hollowed bottle. I slipped.
That's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks?
The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony, from the witness.
Don't be stupid.
If there is more to this case than has yet come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end.
Yo, what?
Lord Van Zeeks. This is most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify to the court, explaining the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber.
Very well.
The waxwork plot.
It all began at the scene when I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, were beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret at the highest level. I had to protect it.
So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception.
So it seems. And all meticulously prepared. You did well to see it through. See through it. You're a very shrewd boy.
So kind of you to say.
And what about the autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the crystal tower instead of under the stage.
What? Wait.
That's all. That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of this seat, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you.
You must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for cross-examination, I would say.
No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony.
What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent?
Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. This has gotta be it. From what you described before, it sounds like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea of who was behind it?
There are very few people in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea.
And yet, despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it?
I had no choice. Protecting the professor's secret was my only concern.
But the horse is bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all of this.
Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that.
So as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model, where then was the victim's body.
What?
So you knew about the special construction of the stage used to carry out the trick then?
It was quite obvious what had happened with the victim and the waxwork.
And you switched the two over, didn't you? In our works, you record the victim's bodies having been discovered in the Crystal Tower. And the waxwork,
I wrapped it in scented by carriage to the specified address at the specified time.
and why were you given such directions?
Presumably, so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Tuspers.
I see. And then you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage?
Yes, although someone obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I'd made it perfectly clear to the team, but still.
I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being a more important detail.
Hold it!
When you say arrange, I presume you mean with this?
Yes, the instructions in the engineer's notes said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that the harebrain alone could have killed Asmon.
So, you mean that was your doing?
I fetched Harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage, and I took it with me alone to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen.
Alone, Doctor.
I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There's a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down, and slowly opened it. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest.
And then you noted that in your fake autopsy report as fictitious cause of death.
Exactly.
So, the actual cause of death was...
The trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop.
My word. What is it, Mr. Sato?
Something about Dr. Sight's last statement is playing on my mind, that's all.
Yeah, mine too. Dr. Scythe.
There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well.
The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony.
Oh? Which part?
What I want her to supplement her testimony with is... Shoot. Wrong button. Whoops. Let's try first what she did. How you stabbed Mr. Asmon in the chest, that part.
Fine, if that's what you want, there's really no need to point.
The prosecution concurs.
What? Steward of the victim's corpse were lay in the toppled cage and plunged a screwdriver into the chest.
Hold it!
Let me go back and see what the other statement is. Change it. No, go back. I want to go back. Wait, do I want to go back?
Objection!
Wrong. What did you do to the victim again? That part. No need to point. I can point, though. You hold no power here. Stood over the victim's corpse. Wait. 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 I stood over the victim's corpse?
Objection!
Oh, what? Your Honor, I'm confused. Let's try pressing the rest of the stuff just in case. So it's you stabbed Asman with this.
Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required.
What a welcome change!
The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions I'd been given.
As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon to his body.
There was no need to bat my eyelids.
And what else did you do to twist facts? Remind the court, don't you? Wait.
Objection!
Oh, come on. It's gotta be the statement. There's something weird with it, I feel. But I can't pinpoint exactly what it is. Wait.
Objection!
What? Oh, wait, actually, hold on. I just remembered. Maybe I think it...
Hold it!
Is it... Go back to this statement. The facts confuse me at this point. It's weird working with facts that are not even truths. Change it back.
Objection!
How do I work with facts that are not true? You lie. Hold on, let me see what Naruhodo says. So that's her story.
She's admitted everything and revealed her full involvement in the crime. I do wonder if there really could be much more to it.
Well, we don't know, but I have a feeling. Truth is, I find strange too. Exactly.
the entire team in perverting the course of justice. My team consists of the very best investigators there are. I demand loyalty from all members. We operate on a code of chivalry of sorts.
You aid and abet a murder, commit perjury, and dare to talk of chivalry.
It was a matter of priorities. What? Nothing was more important than protecting the secret of the professor. My team did what was necessary without losing sight of the primary goal. I consider their conduct exemplary. Don't concede the point, Mr. Naruto. You mustn't let her win.
You lawyer.
I'll take that silence as acceptance. Now, can we move on?
I don't think that's relevant. The execution. I feel like I know what's going on here, but at the same time, I don't know how to explain it.
Dang it, just what is it that's...
Hold it!
Let me try pressing the other statement, because I don't think I've done that yet. Hold on, real quick. Let me just read this. Real cause of death is the fall. Change. Swap.
Hold it!
You're quite sure of that? It was the result of a broken neck?
Yes, as a professional, that was more than apparent. You never know by just looking at the photograph of the victim, though, would you?
No, that's very true.
Obviously not. Which is precisely why coroners are needed to determine the actual facts.
Yeah, assuming they can be trusted.
There's no point calling her assessment into question without evidence. Let's go ahead to testimony.
I don't think this was the actual cause of death. I don't think it is.
Objection!
Your Honor, the defense has no idea what it's doing right now. So, the actual cause of death was 35. Is there a way I can prove that that's not the case?
Objection!
The actual cause of death was 30-foot tall. 30-foot fall. shoot, what is it?
Objection!
Your Honor, give me a hand here. Actual cause of death was as the neck trauma Asmund suffered from the 30-foot drop, and then the other one was like the corpse or whatever. Can I actually read it here, or is it too? I need a lawyer. Body had to be arranged in some way. Yeah. The actual cause of death was the neck trauma Asmund suffered from the 30-foot fall.
Objection!
Shoot, this is really starting to bug me.
Hold it!
The annoying part is having to go back and forth between these statements. Change it. We going back and forth. Into the chest.
Objection!
Oh, here. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth.
What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue?
I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in the last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation.
Out with it, my lead friend.
There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the bird cage following the events that led to his death.
Objection! The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, we have already considered it, that's true. But we now know the facts to be different.
What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph would we see the alleged inconsistency in the witness's statement?
Wait. Why is... Wait. Is it...
Take that!
Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It's going downward. It clearly extends in a downward direction towards the man's feet.
And why is that significant, Counsel?
If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected.
Of course, no, that's not what happened.
Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion, then when the birdcage had fallen down below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after a 30-foot drop. And if the victim had really been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed this longitudinal appearance we see in this picture is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified the contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here.
What? What sort of a misapprehension?
Dr. Scythe, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim that you authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us has only one possible answer.
If that is the case, what is it, man? Counsel, you've clearly struck up upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. What part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her story?
It would have to be the stabbing of the victim, wouldn't it? The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time.
But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage.
Yeah, it would. Which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection! That's impossible! The man was dead, remember?
No, that's the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. He got up. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe!
Order! 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 Can this possibly be true?
Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, wasn't it? You killed him.
You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder.
Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now making all this up, as if I would do something like that.
Objection!
I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Arho has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Logic! Don't make me laugh.
Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it.
What? What do you mean?
I thought it'd been obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason could I have to kill Mr. Asmund?
Asmund was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there's no known connection to Dr. Scythe there.
I wonder, is there?
What the connection to Odie Asmund and...
I'm relieved to say that does seem somewhat far-fetched.
True, there's no obvious motive. But there's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and had concocted a fake report. But murdering someone for no reason has a very different story.
Objection!
No. When you question what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asmund, something did come to mind. What?
What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court once.
Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Yesterday. Yesterday. What did we see yesterday? What did we see? What did we see? Shoot. Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asmund. Oh, wait. But why the scalpels? Scalpels? It's a scalpel. Rather, scalpels.
Did you say scalpels?
It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor.
You! Come on, out with it!
It was yesterday, when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here.
It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's a record of forensic investigation team's spendings, I think. Oh?
What is it?
It's clear the team purchases various equipments and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange.
Really? In what way?
They're buying 500 scalpels every month.
$500 scalpels a month? At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now that it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts.
Asmund's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's accounts to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward.
10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade.
Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean...
I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might, to silence the blackmailer who knew your darkest secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. That's it. That's the real truth here. Well, it's taken long enough, I guess. But, I hope I don't get, in trouble and... I hope I'm still allowed to be a lawyer after this. Sorry for, exposing government. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established, unless you speak out.
And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened.
10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness, and your consternation now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for. Sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years.
Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really. It's the addle-brained mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypothesis, their stupid eyes shining like little children's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness.
Careful, Mr. Drebber.
I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it?
So you admit it. You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim.
Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge.
Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had deprived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it?
Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see.
The convict that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true...
And obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had.
So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well. Or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise.
It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who'd handled that bogus autopsy being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive process started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future. So I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him. For revenge. And have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I'd had to suffer.
Well, your actions against those who ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you?
Did I?
Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis. But you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man.
I...
Lord Van Zeeks, what of Dr. Scythe? An immediate warrant for arrest has been granted, and she's been reprimanded in custody. My lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Trevor. Well, a most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is a hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Harebrain.
Hey! Oh, yes.
It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt.
This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. Me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of natural philosophy, I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor, I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to go for things that seem impossible. Make it real by your own hands. I've spent my life thinking about nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I.
No, Professor. That's not true.
What?
Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Trevor. What happened was his doing, and his alone. This outcome of his fate is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way.
Lord Van Zeeks.
And the derision with which you referred to earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices.
Oh. Thank you, Barrick.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Yes, my lord.
Is this the court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge for which he stands accused? I presume there are no objections.
Not for me, my lord.
Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision.
It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I've no misgivings whatsoever.
Like that. He's on, is he? It's all over?
I don't know what's becoming of y'all these days. I don't recognize the place.
Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty.
Yay! Yay! So, Hairbrain, is anyone gonna tell him about the curse?
Court is adjourned.
I'm still gonna continue to the 4th case right now, because there's still plenty of time to do stuff. It's over. That was some trial. Yay. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain.
He does not seem pleased. Mr. Naruhodo, Miss Susato, I am truly
Beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough?
I'm just glad it's all been cleared up, that you realize you were just caught up in a bad situation.
Right now, you know, if I get that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you. Every penny.
Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so couldn't exactly take that.
We don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough.
Oh dear. Well, what can I do? Ah, how about this? As a memento, the paper about my hypothesis is inside.
Well, just as a memento then. Thank you.
Yeah. I've been wondering, Professor. What are you going to do now?
Oh my, yes. What am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if new inspiration hits me.
Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea.
I can't allow that. Who is it? Oh, hi!
I can't allow that.
Lord Van Zeeks? What are you doing in here? Is this the first time you've been here?
Barrick.
I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert.
Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey.
Ouch. You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution, or the defense.
Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right?
I always knew that you had my best interests at heart, don't worry. Ah, how about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left the university. We have a lot to catch up on.
Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you.
What?
From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets.
But no! Hold on a minute, Barrick. What about the great exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around.
No. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea.
Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barrick.
Lord Van Zeeks? What's all this about? I think I know what it is.
Unnecessary precaution.
Yes, I think I understand.
Reaper's Curse. But we know that Natsume and Gina are alive. I don't know exactly what... I mean, freaking Gregson's still worried about Gina. But we know Natsume's alive, so... You do.
Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing.
Yeah, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, and thinking it was nice of him to ask.
The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor.
You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas?
Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up until now.
But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent.
True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend.
But, Eric...
Like the mustache Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once.
Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it?
I heard that you arrived in London as a stowaway. I'll throw him in a briefcase and send him to Germany that way.
Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks?
In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless, and yet... sometimes, I feel as though I don't understand at all.
It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being.
Ah, yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything.
Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you.
Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain.
Well, once the dust is settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now.
See ya.
Now, my Nipponese friend,
Oh, yeah? I thought you'd gone too.
we have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time?
You want to talk with me?
I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes.
Oh? Okay. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he was walked away this time. Huh. Well, can't mean anything bad then. The enigma, Barrick von Zeeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer waits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. Courtroom.
So, are you satisfied? You saved a guileless scientist from a great injustice.
Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven.
Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from.
Oh. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagined you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now, I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race. I think I know where this is going. Will you tell me what happened, please?
The Professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest.
He took your brother's life.
Clint. My brother was Clint von Zeeks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan.
Oh. If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father.
Of Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well.
I had no idea.
I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to the 3 visiting Nipponese.
So, you've actually met my father.
He and his colleagues were polite and admissible. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression on me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. In the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally solved.
I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks, truly.
Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time.
In plain sight?
Are you aware of the political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires.
A new treaty was being forged, I think.
Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our 2 nations could very well have ended up in war.
What? A war? Between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my... You mean to say the professor was...
Oh, here I go.
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time.
Oh?
Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Oh no. Here it goes.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Huh.
Wait a minute.
So it was one of those
That
3.
I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Up. You good? There you are.
Father.
Huh. Well then. I think I have an idea of what your mission might have been then. It said, like you said you had a mission earlier. It was to figure out like the truth of your father or whatever. Maybe you didn't believe he was a killer.
What? Father?
You're alive!
My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned.
Nice outfit, by the way.
Is
Shovels
it
got
there before me?
Shovels got a whole lot to explain. Do you remember me? Hi.
Ryunosuke.
Hey.
Hello again. My friend.
Aw.
Kazuma-sama!
Do you want your sword back, by the way?
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
I don't think you need that anymore.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
Hi. I assume you're gonna want Karuma back?
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma. I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence. Oh,
Blade. Here you go.
Karuma. Great blade of the Asogi clan. Passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared.
Well, unfortunately, I don't get to keep a cool
This by
sword
my
anymore.
side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
There you go.
I've made it. At last.
So your father was the professor.
Are you saying... Surely not. You mean... You knew all this time?
I mean, it's his father.
I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Well, it makes sense now why Mikotoba and Shomes probably were so confused, so quiet about it. Are you allowed to... I don't... I hope Madame Tussbills is okay with that.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about. But now is not the time.
Yeah.
I'll be seeing you.
Alrighty. What? Huh.
That's all Kazuma said.
Meanwhile, Van's just sitting there like, what is going on?
Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
Van's just sitting there like, what have you done to my assistant? Seriously? I just had him. Now I don't even have an assistant anymore. So he's a living afterimage of the man who took my brother's life, is he? I didn't even think about that, but yes. Yes, Cosmo Sogi, my best friend.
3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection.
But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Cosmo Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? And when was he suffering from amnesia, too?
The man was apprehended, even executed.
but his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. Goodbye.
Well, it's just us now.
10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him.
Poor Susato-san. All this is tied with the painful memories for her, too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. I'm the only outlier in all this situation, and I'm the one discovering it all.
It took time to adjust having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Soki.
Yeah. So does it mean I don't have you as a partner anymore?
So you see, that's how he and I met.
I don't have a partner anymore.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon.
Seriously?
But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time, as if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Well, let's start it up then. And... Alrighty. Fantastic chapter, by the way. Absolutely fantastic. Now, on to Twisted Karma and his last bow. That's a very foreboding title. It was indeed a most bizarre incident born of a curious advertisement and a commonplace killing at the edge of town.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window.
Not another fog murder, please.
I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog,
Too
he
many.
said. Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder. An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
Begin. Alright, let's see it. Where are we starting from? 8 days after that earth-shattering trial and Cosmo's regaining his memory, we were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. Waterloo... Ooh, fancy. Professor Mikotoba is due to arrive at any moment.
Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time.
What? Susato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised.
The truth about Cosmo-sama's father.
Yeah.
Do you suppose my father knew?
That he was actually the mass murderer, the professor, you mean?
Should we be discussing that out in public? Whatever. I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they?
Yes, that's true.
Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotoba knew about Cosmo going missing in Hong Kong as well?
That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it.
That probably means he knows then. About Cosmo showing up here in London with amnesia, and that he's regained his memory now. Ah, there she is. Oh, hey! Oh, it's a judge too!
Oh, Father!
Hello, Susato. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you have arrived safe and sound.
It's a judge too!
Hello, Mr. Naruto. Very kind of you to take the trouble to meet us here.
Oh, no, not at all. It's my pleasure.
We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news has crossed the seas.
It has?
I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive from the steamships from Britain.
Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man? And why do I feel as though I've seen him before?
I take it that your expression that you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Seishiro? A firm tap should do it. Yeah.
A firm tap? What?
Here we go, then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, guilty.
Oh! You're... why am I wearing this outfit? Why did I have that outfit back then? I didn't.
The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Your Excellency! Hello, Judge Jigoku. How are you? It's been a long time.
Good, you've remembered now. That really did the trick. Guilty.
Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there was no laughing at the time.
So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back.
Be back?
Neither did I. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. But really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. That's all thanks to you, isn't it, Seishiro? What are you talking about, Yujin?
Of course, Judge Goku. He must complete the set. He's the other man who's 16 years ago. Oh. So it was the Mikotoba, Jigoku, and then Cosmo's father. Which, is that in the court record now? No! Came to London with Cosmo's father and Professor Mikotoba. He's the third visiting scholar.
Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your minstrel status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you?
I hate having to deal with like that kind of stuff. Like when you're going on an airport or anything like that, you have to get everything checked, and it's like, I don't want to deal with the hassle. Ugh.
Oh, I knew you were jealous.
Sorry? Minstrel status?
Yes. Didn't you know? Say sure, he was also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take Cosmo's place here on this study tour. Guilty as charged.
Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks.
Oh, yes, now. Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday.
Oh, you did?
It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy.
Sorry. Yeah, could you tell us any more about it?
Not while we stay here, you.
Look at your suitcase, giant. I was about to say, can I not check anything? Look at that! It's a picture of the Crystal Tower.
Well, the Great Exhibition is one of Britain's most prestigious achievements in recent years. I wonder how tall it is. It really does represent the pinnacle of scientific achievement in so many ways.
There's a 20-meter tall chimney on the bathhouse near my lodgings at Yuma University. The attendant there is always boasting that's the tallest object in the neighborhood.
I'm sure. Did you know that over the channel in Paris, there's a tower that's 300 meters tall?
What? How many times taller than the chimney of Yuma Oaken Hot Springs is that? Actually, I remember a long time ago when my family, we all went to Europe in like a vacation. One of the things we did, we actually went to Eiffel Tower. We actually got to go up to the top of the Eiffel Tower and like look around from up top. It was really cool. Oh, I feel like I remember. Do I remember seeing a football stadium? I feel like I remember seeing a stadium of some kind. It's been so long ago. It probably was when I was like 10, I want to say. I was probably still in elementary school, if not just entering middle school. Yeah, it was a long time ago. But I remember I do remember some of the big things we saw, and the Eiffel Tower was one of them that we went to the top of. It was really cool, though. And if it's that tall, how does it draw properly? The smoke would get stuck, surely.
I don't think it's that sort of tower, Mr. Naruhodo.
Have you seen all those sparkling jewels up there? They must have gathered every gem in the world for that.
Ah, it's called a chandelier, I believe. It's designed to provide elegant lighting in large, spacious rooms like this.
Very pretty. So they had to gather every gem in the world just to illuminate one room?
It's probably electric light bulbs that are actually throwing the light.
If I tried to hang something like that from the ceiling in the office, it would be scraping the floor.
I think perhaps chandeliers aren't for you, Mr. Naruhodo.
But I want to be...
That desk is known as the hotel reception. As anyone wanting to spend the night has to report there to sign in for their stay.
Oh, so do you think that's the head clerk behind the desk there?
Yes, I'm sure it must be.
I'd love to stay in a grand hotel like this for a little while, wouldn't you? Just to know what it's like.
If the hotel fee was paid through our stipend, I'm afraid it might bankrupt our homeland.
True. London gives the word expensive a whole new meaning. Let's see, what else? Luggage! Look at those cases just left there on the trolley. Aren't they worried about thieves? I know I am.
Haven't you seen the porter over there? Don't worry, he's obviously keeping an eye on everything.
Ah, so it's a trap designed to catch any chancers who might be tempted. Oh, it's you! One of the first jurors. Why did the porter give me such a scathing look just now, do you suppose?
Well, some might say you look a little suspicious with your jet black clothes.
First of all, I'm not even wearing that right now, and second of all, what? Not everyone clad in black is some sort of ninja with the intent to steal, you know. I'm not even wearing that outfit right now. I'm wearing my blue outfit. Cool. How dare you make fun of it? Look at this, you two. Professor Mikitova, I wonder, could I show you something? Why do you seem so nervous? I suppose because I'm a student showing something to the professor. Oh, it's always quite nerve-wracking. Well, I'm sorry I perturb you in that way, but anyway. I'm afraid I have nothing useful to say about that, really. Meanwhile, I will just stare at you. So, your journey from Japan. So, how was the voyage here? Well, 50 days at sea is a long time by anyone's standards. But it wasn't bad as when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. When I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in that vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time, we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience.
Ah, so you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris?
We did, yes, though only for one night. And yesterday evening, we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow.
It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father.
It's thanks to Sashio here. 16 years ago, he managed to ingratiate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited. And I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Speaking of self-fusion, you're close friends with the Professor of Forensic Science at a major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up, really. No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back. Cosmo's father, I suppose.
Speaking of which, we should drag that up. The Professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Cosmo's father, wasn't he?
That's correct. Genshin Asogi.
Genshin... I'm not gonna say it. I don't even play that game, but it just, for some reason, it's the first word that came to mind.
You knew, I presume, Father?
Yes, he was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. I've never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. It was a close trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland.
But what about Cosmo? Did he know? So I wonder what is the official cause of death then, or like how did he officially die? Did he know the truth about his father?
No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts.
Oh, why?
As you know, I tried to guide Cosmo growing up, as if he were my own son. Then, one day, he came to my office at the university and said,
I've decided. I want to travel to Great Britain and study there.
Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death?
I don't know. But when I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him.
Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually.
Oh? What?
Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Cosmo has since turned up here in London, working as an apprentice of Lord Van Zeeks.
What? What? That's news to us.
So, did you guys think he was dead too? Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. Yeah, Cosmo's alive. As you know, we both thought Cosmo had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January.
But he didn't die. He's still alive. As you knew, didn't you, Father?
In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. We sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive. And here in London, you say? I never dared to even dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now.
Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia.
What? Amnesia?
When we first came across him here in London, he didn't know who either of us were.
I see.
He only regained his memory 8 days ago.
This is unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently.
I wonder how Cosmo's been these past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and pay him a visit? Where would he be?
That began 16 years ago now. It's a distant memory, really. It was Yujin here, Genshin Asogi, and myself. We were the original 3. The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I could tell you.
16 years ago, things were tough for their generation.
Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time, you know, young lady.
Yes, grandmother told me.
He went to do research at a great London hospital and to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan.
I wondered then if you knew, if we're talking autopsies, then I wonder if you knew, Dr. Stevens, or Scythes.
Yes, it was an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground.
No more talk of graves.
Very often, there's no one willing to deal with the bodies following autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons.
Not my cup of tea at all.
Do you remember the Scottish prison governor?
Caden? Okay, hi. It's me.
Caden was his name. He was a good man. Yes, but but then of course, our 6th year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested for a series of most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I known the man for years. I was a witness to the secret hearing, and I tried to speak in his defense, but you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you?
What did you do?
Well, suffice to say that after that trial, we were sent back to Japan.
What?
There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. It was a lost cause, sadly.
I want to know how you got charged. What? Okay, we're just gonna sidetrack that.
Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get this trunk of mine up to my room as soon as possible.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long.
I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here.
Susao-san's gone off on a run.
I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow.
Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck.
Naruhodo,
I'm scared.
I hope you'll keep an eye on Susao for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been.
Oh, no, I mean if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me.
Well, I do appreciate you being there for her. After all, I've been a miserable father to her. I thoroughly let her down.
Sorry? What do you mean? What?
Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born.
Yeah, I heard.
The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... well, sadly it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life, too.
Oh, yeah. Susao-san hinted at something like that.
It's a rather turbulent time at home.
Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. And it was then that Seishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind. So perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So, that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say.
I completely understand, Professor.
Ah, one other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you.
Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you?
Well, the thing is,
I'm so sorry that took so long.
Mr. Sato.
Now then, allow us to take your bags.
Let me take your bags. One moment, if you please, Porter. Of course, sir. That machine around your neck, it's a camera, I believe. Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Yes, yes, of course.
Yay. Why am I terrified?
I'd like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It's really made Father very happy, I think.
Oh, well, I'm pleased then. We were interrupted before. Professor Mikotoba was about to ask me something.
Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us.
Yeah, let's go. I'm getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, though. Perhaps let's try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask him. Why not now? Oh, hi. What are you two doing?
Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard.
I see. Excellent work. Thank you.
You're welcome, my lord.
What's Lord Van Zeeks doing here?
My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air. Wouldn't you say?
Didn't this happen last time, but with Dr. Scythe? This place is stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension. Up! I'm in danger. My apologies. I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. Oh, no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. Which I'm not even doing at the moment.
From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe. Oh, whenever you come in here. I'm wearing blue.
Now then, Mr. Naruto. Yes, my lord. I'm right here. Kill me now. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you? Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room in such a perfect temperature. If you're sure. That beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise. Because of the daggers you're staring at me, mainly? As you're no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. I'm pretty sure you also destroyed the entire team, so thanks for that. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam.
Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited.
I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Van Zeeks.
I will attend at once. Hello. Goodbye.
He gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he?
I know. But I haven't done anything. Have I? These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service?
Mr. Naruto, he's talking about Dr. Scythe.
Of course. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, Fear not, you've done nothing wrong. Dr. Scythe's own wrongdoing was precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further. That would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. Lord Van Zeeks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. What? Oh. Missing?
What's become of Kazuma-sama now?
I went back to Japan because I did not want to be here anymore. I just wanted to cut a statue of my father and that's it. Not long ago, visitor numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million. 30 million? Are there even that many people in the world?
As comparison, Mr. Naruto, the population of the imperial capital Tokyo is 2 million.
I will be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibition's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in making. 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries. I just hit my elbow and it hurt. Sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations. Also sorry about your elbow. The 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques. And cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark first symposium has had to be hosted here at the heart of a great British Empire. In order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the world.
He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something.
You're every bit as passionate in your own way. I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions.
Let me hear more on that, actually.
I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally, to start with Dr. Scythe at the helm. It was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to full-blown forensic investigation department.
And can you not do that now?
Obviously. Nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep the story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say. Unintended repercussions of our trial.
We simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though.
Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way.
About Lord Van Zeke's apprentice.
Ah, yes. That came as a surprise to me, I must say, that you and he are old friends.
How did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Zeke's in the first place?
It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel.
Oh my. So he stowed away to get here.
Well, I started as a stowaway, now he's a stowaway.
He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia, too. Other than the fact that he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Zeke's. That way I could keep an eye on him. I didn't want to deal with him.
But then, why the mask?
I didn't want to burn Lord Van Zeke's with tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice.
Fair enough. Because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask.
He's proving to be a great help to Lord Van Zeke's. I have high hopes for his future.
By the way, do you know where he's gone?
No idea. But I believe he's left London for the time being.
Oh.
I take it you also didn't know. That the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean.
So you know. Genshin Asogi.
Well, I mean, of course you know.
Well, actually, how long have you been in your position again? What we've learned from that trial 8 days ago was a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was...
Ah, yes. Genshin Asogi. That professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain.
They were such awful murders and unprecedented. Using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon.
And no one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited to study here by the government.
How is it that you guys found him?
So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London.
The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations at the time, I understand.
Correct. However, it has to be noted that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause.
What?
Supporters of a mass murder. The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Strange. So a fair few thinkers in London believe, anyway.
Right. I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it? Cool motivation. Still murder.
It seems very similar, doesn't it? The idea of the Reaper of the Bailey.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm getting out of here. See you. Chum sweet. Jums, Iris. Oh, hey. Why is there a newspaper and a mask? Well, I know the mask is Sogi's, but why the newspaper? What? What was that?
A man screaming. In a most unflattering way.
Do you think... Could it have been Mr. Shums?
Oh my, I do hope not.
I don't deserve anymore. What is happening here? Hi. Nice color hair. Some nice vibrant red. Also, mon ami, mon ami. Stop this disgraceful display, eh? Who are these people? Look at their hair. It's bright red.
I think they must be clients of Mr. Shums.
You're here too.
Right, you two, you're coming with me now. Down to the clink.
No, I'm present. It's dark in there, but I don't like it.
Well, the darkness is my friend. I'm not scared.
You are always scared of the dark.
Shut your mouth, you idiot! I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring heist.
I don't like it.
Well, tough. We'll finish this down at the yard.
Now get moving!
He's dead.
Bye then, Ginny. Have fun.
What is happening here?
Oh yeah, thanks, Horace. And thanks to you, great detective.
Okay.
Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Oh, Susie. And Reno.
Hello, Iris. We're home.
Well, did you find your daddy? Yes. We arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend. Oh, well that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon. Ah, yes, of course.
Dr. John H. Wilson. Yeah, maybe it's not the best idea to just throw into a child that, hey, your dad's dead. Assuming this is Shums.
So, Iris, all that remains now is the greatest of problems known to man. Why is my hair red?
But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe that some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? How you've been infected by whatever those two criminals had. I don't... Where's my hair red? Is something wrong, Mr. Naruto? Do I have a crumb such like on my face? Not so much as your face, as on your head, I'd say.
Come on then, everyone. I brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea.
Chums?
Whatever is going on here today?
Chaos. In that case, let us sit and drink now, for I am in fact expecting a guest later today. The mask Cosmo wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zeeks as his apprentice. When he cast aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up. It's mine now.
We ought to give it back to him, I suppose.
But he has his memory back, doesn't he? And I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself.
But isn't he your best friend?
Don't you know? Best friends are supposed to insult each other. That's how you know they're best friends.
This looks like last week's edition.
What's the article circled in red ink there?
It's an advertisement column. It says... The Red-Headed League.
Oh, okay. The Red-Headed League? What's that?
I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but...
Is something on my face? Clearly this has something to do with that. Lively hair. Red-Headed League article. Seems somewhat suspicious in nature. Well then, Mr. Shums, I hope you're happy? Question mark. This blackboard's where I scribble down our latest ideas. Let's see. Oh, she seems to have drawn a lot of little stick figures all lined up.
cheap apples at the market is what all of them say.
What? Little figures can speak.
All your questions would be answered if only you would read this month's Rants magazine.
So I'm the only one who can't make any sense of this? Alright. Shums? Question. Are you taking part in something? It looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Shums. To the Red-Headed League? Does that strike you in some way? I was thinking that just maybe. It might be related. To your bright red hair. So, at last you've learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? In the first instance, and quite indispensably, observation! Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploit. Regale or boast? So, who's your two friends?
Mr. Shelms, who were the two gentlemen that were here before?
Oh, just about petty criminals. Nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn blind eye to all manner of infractions.
When the mood takes you?
Jones, have you ever overlooked a murder because you just felt like it? All manner of infractions? But when such fellows set their eyes on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well, that's when the luck runs out.
Oh my, you were the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes?
But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally.
You should have asked Grexy to come too. We could have had a resting tea party.
I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. Aw. The man is constantly in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Ah, I have it! A bungler! That's the word. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. So those redheads have been up to no good?
I wonder what the men did.
What's your great problem, sir? What was that about the greatest of problems known to man you mentioned?
Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes?
How should I best explain it? Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance? Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere. Possibly.
It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans are once apes who lived in the treetops.
Wait, what? We were apes? Indeed. And from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man.
Our lot? What's this great problem, Mr. Sholmes?
Why? Is it not obvious, my dear madam? The problem of rent. Why must I pay for things? I want free. Ha.
But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Tusble's only the other day?
Pshaw, a large sum. One potted herb for Iris and a new motor car for me later, and all there's quite disappeared, I assure you. Why do I even need a car?
Honestly, Hurley, you know you squandered it.
Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem. For the coming month, at least. And what was the answer? Why, there's a substantial clue before your very eyes.
Don't tell me. Let me see.
Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what is in front of their own noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There was one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think. In the end? It's been stabbing me in both eyes right from the very beginning of our conversation. I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thanks for the hint. I will tear my hair out if the charade goes on much longer. What's the lie? Mr. Shums, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us, I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Explain now. That case aboard the SS Bury in January, Cosmo wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So what was really going on? The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril.
Huh? Are you saying you saved Asogi's life?
Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew. But how? After they'd carry him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. Then I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse.
Oh, how horrible.
It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course.
But why? Why do it in the first place?
I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you. I didn't foresee subsequent events.
What events?
His disappearance in Hong Kong.
Oh,
I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment. Mr. Shums.
No, enough the serious stuff. I want to be silly. So, what is the Redhead League? Which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you circled.
You noticed it in the paper, then?
That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was? How?
According to the advertisement, which I actually have not even read yet, let me look at this.
So the Red-Headed League, on account of the bequest of the late Ezekiah Hopkins of Lebanon, USA, there is now another vacancy open which entitles a member of the league to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All red-headed men who are sound in body and mind and above the age of 21 years are eligible. Apply in person on the morning of the 31st at the large park on Lime Street. Get £4 a week if you are redhead. Most fantastic money-making opportunity. I smile of T.J. London, evidence for Fitz and Jon Snow. Water. Retrospect. Well, I think the main thing of interest is here.
The Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution and of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair.
That doesn't entirely surprise me.
but listen to what lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week. Oh my, £4 a week?
But why? Why are they paying people for?
That I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement.
But surely every redheaded person in the country would be flocking to join in that case.
Sounds like a scam.
You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once. So will I. Just on the off chance.
That might be stretching a point, I think.
The trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see.
Oh, I see. So, once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away.
What?
It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes.
So you decide to join in his place? Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow? No. So why?
Why did it have to go so wrong?
What on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Naruhodo, though it pains me to admit it. What'd you do?
What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes?
I'm glad you asked, Mr. Sato. What you see atop my head is neither dyed nor a hairpiece. I changed the color of my hair overnight. By the wonders of chemistry! I probably drink something poisonous. I have mere seconds to live. I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves, and in the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair aflame like red. Would you like to try it? It will make every hair on your body perfectly crimson. I think I'll pass.
But, Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it?
Amateurs are always hampered by such fears.
Oh, I should have never doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say...
But of course! To earn £4 a week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger. That degree of red signals more than just a little danger, surely.
So anyway, Hurley left full of confidence yesterday with his new red hair. For the park on Lime Street where the Redhead League were interviewing prospective new members.
So what went wrong? The whole park was choked with red-headed folk, like a coaster's orange barrow. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. But when the panel interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?" Oh, so you didn't get in because you're Sholmes. So naturally, I had no choice but to reply, "Shh, don't give me away." After which, I could do little else but turn and leave.
Then this morning, when I looked into the mirror, irritation stirred within me.
So I turned the parent to the police.
Oh dear, what a disaster. For Hurley and those two redheads.
Mr. Sholmes is just an enigma. Ah, here's my guest now, my latest client with money to spend.
Ooh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley.
Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating, save locating a runaway, of course. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you?
Oh dear, I'm afraid that Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due.
Whoa. Okay. Oh! Juror number 2.
Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sherlock Holmes, please, oh please. Please find my husband, he's run away.
Well, I think we've already found out what you gotta call... Wait. No, I don't know at this point. Anyways, hi, juror number 2. Also, I don't think you should be breaking into people's... Oh, I never... To upset me.
I beg your pardon.
Never mind. Personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruhodo? I didn't say a word. Come, my dear madam. Be seated. Iris, some tea if you would, please.
Of course.
I'm confused. What's the matter, Mr. Sato?
Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently.
Yeah, now you mention it. Hi, juror number 2.
As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Visual. I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figure.
Money and wealth are of little consequence to me, madam. Being offered a case to solve is a reward enough.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're the picture of benevolence.
I will, of course, make mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I trust you will remember your words also.
If I might inquire, sir. This gentleman and lady would be...
Oh, me.
What I'm about to tell you, I would like to communicate in strictest confidence, you understand?
Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say before this pair anything with which you may say to me.
Ah, I see.
I can vouch for the gentleman personally. After all, he's hard of hearing. Why did I ever get my hopes up? Hi there, juror number 2. Forgive me for asking, Miss Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps?
Oh my!
Oh, my dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion.
Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week?
Ah, I knew I recognized her.
To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine.
I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now.
It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer. Being hard of hearing, I mean...
Pardon?
Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was frippery, really, nothing more.
Now look where you started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner.
Yes.
Mr. Vigil, tell us about your husband, madam.
Mr. Vigil, my Dally is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here.
An entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance at least. How long have you been married?
It will be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship, and my husband's income is more than adequate so we live comfortably.
As it would appear, I need only look at you to know these things.
Oh gosh.
Your dress is of the latest style, your hair clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct?
That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me.
Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or other.
Oh, that is exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred in some miscreant's ill will?
What exactly is your husband's line of work?
He's a warder at the prison.
A guard? That is somewhat unusual. So, your husband is a prison warder?
That's right. Yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder.
Indeed. I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation.
Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out.
Dreadful punishments? Does she mean capital punishments?
At such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for the extra responsibility, he is remunerated more handsomely than the other warders. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors.
Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged?
Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes.
That's the same one that, the professor was at. Really? Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there is a large cemetery just behind it.
Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery.
No. Lowgate Cemetery. The very place we were discussing in court. That's unbelievable.
Unbelievable, my dear fellow. And yet undeniable. Sorry, Mr. Shums. I'm afraid you lost me.
Pay no heed, madam. Pay no heed. A private matter.
This can't really be a coincidence, can it? So, it's a matter of your husband's disappearance. When did you realize he was missing? Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday.
I'm sorry. Yesterday? That really is recent. Laughably so.
The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him to not return home at night, but this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day. That has certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Dolly. Wherever could have happened?
My dear Miss Visual, please, calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police?
Why, naturally, but sadly, they refused to listen to my pleas and my husband has only been missing for 1 day. I was asked to wait patiently at home.
In truth, Miss Visual, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Shums.
And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it.
You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention.
Careful. You seek only put this sweet rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it.
Thank you for everything you have shared with us, Miss Visual.
I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation.
Oh, please report to me soon with good news, sir.
Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure.
So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mr. Shums.
Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession. A photographic print received from Mrs. Visual in order to aid with the locating of her missing husband. He appears to have no particularly distinctive facial features. Thank you. Now, allow me to show you to the door. Honestly, the biggest thing that I can note of him, I guess, is his hair, really. No, thank you. Now, allow me to show you the door. Get out.
I can't thank you quite enough, Mr. Shums. You've simply been marvelous. You know, I think it every time, Hurley. But how do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure?
I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her some good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. If by that time I've successfully located Mr. Visual, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case? Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good, actually. Excellent! And what did you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean. Ah, so you noted that.
Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison, so is renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of the condemned convicts. Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated.
The professor. And now a warder from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. It's all very peculiar. Indeed. But nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Run along to the prison and see what you can glean. Would you? It's the prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried about. But aren't you going to go see yourself? Surely you needn't ask.
I can't possibly be seen out with this hair.
Good luck trying to find a cure for that. But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair? That was quite a different matter. So I leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy. I'm going to go bald. Be right back. Of course you are. Alright. Barca prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto the lonely burial ground. Its four high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. Well, ain't that just the most pleasant freaking guillotine clock ever? What? Nice clock. It's going to kill someone.
This place is full.
Wait, what voice do I want to give you?
This place.
Nope.
This place is full.
Nope, that's Zeke's voice.
I'm not Zeke's. This place is full of hardened criminals. I cannot remember the last time a civilian was down here. And you didn't want to talk to an inmate, but to me. Do you know who I am? I'm the governor, Barry K.
Oh, yes. It's a pleasure. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer.
But an Easterner, I see. Does that mean...
Yes, I'm visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan.
Japan? Did you say Japan?
Yes?
Well, there's no any of your kind here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh?
I didn't know it's not a prison next door, sir.
Anyway, we came to ask you some questions, but
I do not like to be so direct, but... I have no intention of speaking with the likes of you, suspicious-looking Easterners.
Alright.
Now get on my hair.
So as soon as he finds out that we're Japan, he reacts like this. That surely means...
I think it's because of the professor case.
You think so too? 10 years ago, Genshin Asogi, also known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison. And then, after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison.
I might have known. You're sniffing around with that case, are you? Your agents, eh? By the Professor's great web, no doubt.
No, not at all. We're just...
Get going with you before I punch your lights out.
We're going! Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. We're not going to get anywhere here. Unless we can somehow prove this man there's nothing suspicious about us.
Governor Caden.
What are you thinking, Mrs. Zada?
I feel sure that name has come up in conversation recently somewhere. I was wondering if whoever mentioned it might have some ideas to help us.
Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. I remember now. It was one of these two, wasn't it? Hey! Hello! That's Professor Mikotoba there.
Ah, hello, you two. I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm unpacked.
But where's Judge Shigoku?
Yes. He's not relaxing. He's not the relaxing sort. He's taking himself to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs.
Having only just arrived in the country today? Goodness, he is full of energy.
Professor, you mentioned something before about how you know the prison governor at Barclay Prison.
Oh, Governor Caden, you mean?
So it is the same man.
Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He said we were suspicious Easterners.
Well, I'm sure if I accompanied you, it'd be a very different story. Oh, would you? That'd be wonderful if you had the time now. Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment. Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable set? No, I have a rather lot prepared for tomorrow, you know. Oh, sorry. I didn't say that out loud, did I? Miko-Tobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts.
Or could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts?
Let's not fall out here. I have an idea. What's he writing on that piece of paper? Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune. Ah, thank you. Alrighty. Good luck then. Let me look at that. Ticket.
Oh, looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Grouse, first class cabin, 001. Yokohama departure 11th of September, London arrival 1st November.
Ah, that's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Igoku came on from Japan, isn't it?
Yes, I think it called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover.
I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Buria. Seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of the trip, don't you think?
Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary.
I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, how strange. Where could it have gone?
Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo?
Did I imagine it? Or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? Professor Mikotoba has wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? This dark-suited young man is not the least bit untrustworthy. Is it just me, or does that make me sound extremely untrustworthy?
I do wish he'd at least call you a nice young man.
I'm really not sure that would help. Curious about why it's torn here. Weird. Well, that's all I need, really. Alright, sir. You will respond to me. If you'd cast your eyes over this, Governor Caden.
What's this about then? You ain't pulled a wool over my eyes, you good-for-nothing Japanese student. Mikotoba? That young jock from the forensics laboratory? That Mikotoba?
Yeah, exactly. Him.
Oh dear. Perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Yujin Mikotoba's daughter, Susato.
Jeez, you're the young man's daughter! And you didn't think about to mention that before.
I do apologize.
Well, you best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? And don't forget to try one of these wee handcuff biscuits.
Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing.
I'm barely regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now.
So then, what can I do for you, Hen?
Well, we're currently investigating a case.
It's one of your warders, you see. He's gone missing.
Missing?
That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor.
I have not heard nothing of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison.
Oh. But how can that be? It's Mr. Daily Visual, your chief warder.
Visual?
That's right. His wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday now. Did something happen? Clearly that means something to him.
Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir?
I of course.
First, I need to look at your room. An axe, a hunting rifle, four pairs of handcuffs. That's a daunting collection.
Ah, there's a story behind every one of those.
You mean the rifle was a famous killer's murder weapon, the axe was wielded by an infamous executioner. The handcuffs were once used to immobilize a fierce four-legged beast when it was arrested.
I think you're in the realms of fantasy now, Mr. Naruhodo.
Not those kinds of stories, Jimmy. The axe was the one I used to chop down the cherry tree at my house. Mrs. Caden was not best pleased.
Ha!
And the cuffs on the left are the ones I caught my first burglar with back when I was a Bobby.
What about the gun?
Stories were a little different to those you imagined, I think.
Yeah, to my relief, and in some small way, my disappointment. I wanted a gun, though. Hi, friend. I've never expected to find a parrot in a prison. Must be the governor's pet.
Given where we are, it's hard not to see the poor creature as a prisoner.
Let me out! Did I kill me?
Has the bird learned to mimic the plaintive cries of the inmates in the cells?
Oh, no. No. He was one of 3 siblings, you see. And he still calls out the names of his 2 brothers like that all the time.
Right. Wait. So the other 2's names were Let Me Out and Do Not Kill Me. So what's this one's name? Help?
Let me out! Did I kill me?
Hi, I hear you, laddie. You want your dinner, didn't do it.
Alright. Very well. Hi, ST, how's it going? It's a very large cabinet full of papers, isn't it? It's labeled Inmate Register, look. And all the files are in alphabetical order.
That's 50 years worth of records of Barclay's inmates. Whether or not they're left alive after serving their term. All the details about the crimes they committed are recorded in there, like an epitaph, if you might say.
A record of crimes and punishments. How dispiriting.
And yet, this man seems to be enjoying tea and biscuits as he talks about it. This grandfather clock is very dangerous.
It's fitted with a terrifying blade that keeps dropping down.
It's modeled on a guillotine, a French execution device. You might have heard of it. And yes, before you ask, it can chop.
Heads off, you mean?
Heavens, no, carrots and parsnips and so forth.
Oh.
If you place a large carrot at the bottom there in the morn, by evening, it'll have been cut clean in 2.
That's not a very effective blade.
Well, the blade must have an almost indescribable edge on it then.
That seems like a very dull blade. Window? Anything else? Doesn't... Actually, yeah, there is. That deer has been staring at me for a while now.
It has?
The poor thing can't fit through the small hole in the wall, but it can't get its head back out again either now. It's giving me a woefully imploring look.
It's not real, Mr. Naruto. It's stuffed.
What? I mean, yes, of course it is. For a moment, I thought it was another assassin sneaking in via the ventilator.
I don't like to say, but I think perhaps you need to reread The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes.
Alright. So, Chief Warder Visual, where is he? We understand that Mr. Visual is the Chief Warder here at the prison.
Aye, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job, no doubt about. He was a fine warder.
Sorry, did you say was?
Aye, he doesn't work here anymore. He left the job.
Oh my!
When was this exactly?
There's a question. When was it about? It can have been much less than 10 years ago now.
Oh. 10 years ago. So the guy we're looking for has quit his job at the same time that the whole professor case was going on.
What? 10 years. He stopped working here 10 years ago.
Aye, as I mind it. You can. I've never heard the fellow's name in all that time. That's a worry if he's gone missing, though.
But Miss Visual made no mention of it. I think perhaps Mr. Naruto, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here.
Huh. Governor Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here?
That's important, is it?
Yes, I believe it may be.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto?
I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago. Which was exactly when the professor was being held at this prison. First off, though, what about Professor Mikotoba?
My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted.
The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for the forensic research, you know?
Yeah, I can imagine.
The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable.
Your father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard. In the basement of the St. Sinners. It's still in use today.
St. Sinners? That's come up before, I'm sure.
Yes, that's right. We've been there.
Mikotoba and I have used to ride in a carriage together to negotiate terms.
For more fresh material, I suppose?
Aye. And we used to sit in here for hours and gab about this dissection all sorts. It takes me back. Over a pot of tea and a plate of gut biscuits, of course.
How charming.
He was a good fella, your father. Reliable, and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese.
Because of Genshin Asogi, I suppose. Yeah, anyways, 10 years ago now. I'm sorry, but the music cutting back to a serious thing made me laugh.
So, Mr. Visual actually resigned from the position of Chief Warder 10 years ago, you're telling us? What happened to make him leave the job?
In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter.
You mean he was dismissed? You fired him?
It was after a particular walk.
Sorry? A walk?
Aye, that's a word for it here. A walk to the gallows.
An execution?
It's a job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows as tree and oversee any executions, you see. Only, Vigil did something unthinkable on the last walk he was manning.
What did he do? Actually, I think I already know what he did. We know the professor was just discovered to have not been killed during his execution. He actually was alive. Meaning he didn't actually kill the person who deserved it.
I'm sorry, but I cannot reveal that information. But I can tell you it's very rare for a chief warder to be relieved of his post.
But why wouldn't Mrs. Visual know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here.
I wouldn't know anything about that, I'm afraid.
Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal?
And what would that be, Hen?
That last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's?
My thoughts exactly.
I'm sorry. I really am. But I'm not no liberty to answer that.
I see.
Well,
I cannot tell you anything else.
Thank you so much for your time, Governor.
Oh, one more before you're away, Hen.
what?
I'm sure I have it here somewhere. Ah, found it. Yeah, take this as a wee souvenir for your visit to the prison.
Are you allowed to give that?
What is it?
That's Visual dismissal notice. It's 10 years old now, of course.
Oh my, are you sure?
Aye, it's no trouble at all. It's not the original mine.
Oh. A harsh reprimand incurred by Mr. Visual 10 years ago that resulted in him losing his job as chief warder of Barclay Prison.
Thank you so much, Governor Kaiden.
Well, in return, do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed.
Alright.
Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being.
Yeah, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes with what we found out about Mr. Vigil. What will he tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? Before I do that, I want to see... Notice of dismissal, 25th of June. Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisoners. All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Reason for dismissal: aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict something just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Prison Governor Barry Kaiden. Additional notes. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. Interesting. Well, Sholmes. We're back. Hello, you two.
Hello, you two. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all.
Ah, so that's what that delicious smell is. Why is your hair blue now? First your hair was red, now your hair is blue. What has happened? Greetings, my dear fellows. You returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Hello, Mr. Sholmes.
Hello, Mr. Sholmes.
He's going through a face. He's going through the whole rainbow at this rate. Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application.
Oh my.
Bray, tell me, what of our warder friend? Have you garnered some new information? Oh, yeah. Something very surprising, in fact. Though it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest.
It most certainly isn't. But still, we discovered that...
Sholmes?
Draw for evidence, Sholmes. Is it more important?
Gina?
I can't believe it.
Gina?
What's happened?
Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever. Sholmes, she's very much scared at the moment, so I don't think now's the time.
It's the boss.
What do you mean? Inspector Gregson?
The boss is... he's... Oh, come on! No!
What?
They just found his body shot with a pistol.
What?
But... Inspector Gregson. He was murdered. No, not Grexy.
Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story.
Come on.
Inspector's death? Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was... he really was shot.
I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still there, investigating the scene.
Where did this take place?
A little rare room in the building full of flats on Fresno Street.
The outskirts of town. Nowhere near his home.
He's perhaps investigating a case then. The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about... Oh, no case around there. Oh, how strange. The boss was... He was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but... One day I was gonna show him. I was gonna show him I'd become a proper detective. Oh, Jenny.
Who's the culprit?
So who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is? I caught him already.
Already?
Already?
They caught the shooter so soon.
Owen has reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of him. Who? What awful person did this? I still can't believe it myself. Gina? It was Reaper.
Please, no. Wait a minute.
You don't mean they've arrested Lord Van Zeeks for it? That's right. That Reaper looks gunshot the boss. No, Lord Van Zeeks.
Come on. Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? It's Barrack Von Zeeks the police have arrested.
I saw him with my own eyes. In the interview room at the yard. I don't believe it. But they're witnesses, and they're all saying it was him. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? They heard a gunshot, apparently. And when all got to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room.
But there's no way Lord Van Zeeks would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it.
I don't believe it either.
Thank you for informing us, Miss Lestrade. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry.
What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing.
Shums?
Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over the scene right now. Please come and all. As soon as you can, you gotta help.
It's a detective's lot to appear wherever some sinister plot has unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Shums?
What use is there being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming? How could I let this happen to Gregson?
Mr. Narhodo, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Until later then. Inspector Gregson dead, and Lord Van Zeeks arrested.
Bruno, Susie, I've called you a handsome. It's waiting outside.
Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Mr. Sato?
Yes.
Alrighty. Time to get a move on. First off, for the love... Barrack! Oh, hey, Barrack. You're just reading, I guess. There he is. Lord Van Zeeks behind bars.
So it's true. He really was arrested.
He's sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord Van Zeeks. Hi.
Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I'd like to be, with the last person on Earth I'd like to see.
I couldn't very well not come. We heard what had happened. That Inspector Gregson was...
Go home. This has nothing to do with you.
But...
Hold on. Got locked up.
Forgive me, Lord Van Zieks, but I must disagree.
Greg says Wedge's potato guy. Yeah, he was a detective, yeah. One with the infinite fish and chips.
Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We are indebted to him. At the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please.
There's really nothing I can tell you.
What were you reading at the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case?
This? The yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to share case details with a suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance.
Oh, who might that be?
Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Harebrain.
Oh, hey, defendant from a previous case. Of course, yeah. I keep forgetting they went to the same university.
And I would like to read my correspondence in peace. So let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know?
Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zieks never minces his words. But they seem to have less bite than usual somehow. What happened? Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zieks? What happened?
How much do you already know?
We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street.
And that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested.
We were told that there was nobody else in the room and that some witnesses heard the gunshot.
Then you're well informed. And then there's really nothing else I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself.
But the gunshot! Obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you?
I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard the noise, however, before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers.
So he doesn't actually know what happened.
If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with?
I don't need to answer that.
Oh.
After all, you're not representing me.
He's going to need a lawyer, though. Listen, I understand that you hate all Japanese because your brother was killed by a mass murderer who happened to be Japanese. But for the love of all that is holy, let me represent you. After the trial, Professor Harebrain was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought.
There's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper.
Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean?
Yes, so it seems. Your stooped little Nipponese friend, for example.
Some Roger Rabbit logic. Don't really know that, but yeah, the whole thing is learned on at the end of the last trial that was just done. Van Zieks shows that the whole reason why he hates Nipponese is because he trusted one who was one of the first transfer students from overseas from Japan, and that man ended up killing his brother. So yeah.
You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day.
Yeah, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo.
So Professor Harebrain is safely back in Germany now.
He is.
What about your defense, sir? Who's going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Zieks?
Anyone other than you, I should imagine.
Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet?
Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know.
But this is different.
In my career, all of the defense I prosecuted, only 19 have been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now.
Surely not.
I assure you, no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole.
But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's death, did you?
It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that.
What does he mean about that?
So, it appears our conversation has run dry.
That was a 2-second silence. There was a 2-second silence, that's all.
Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you.
I was wondering, Lord Van Zieks, if you like, I'd be happy to advocate for you.
You trust me, do you?
Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just, my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly.
It's a very gracious offer. However, I trust no one.
What?
Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese.
But please!
I have no intention of engaging your services.
The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems.
I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time.
And he goes back to reading. Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper and find out more about Lord Van Zieks and what happened to Inspector Gregson. Well, time to check Fresno Street. Room on Fresno Street. So this is where Gregson was murdered. This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. Is there? I heard a weird beeping. I think it's a truck outside. So this dust-ridden rented old room is where it happened then. So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. Yeah, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigations have taken him elsewhere.
Oi! Oi! What do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers has got to be taken right out so you can look underneath them all. I want the space above the ceiling checked, and don't forget to look inside the chimney stack, too. Blimey, ain't you lot never go on over a house looking for dough when the owners are out of town?
Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt. Hi.
Oh, so you turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself.
Hello again, Gina.
Sholmes has only just left. You're lucky you missed that. He went prancing around here, pointing at stuff and flicking that out of his, and then just scarpered. Oh, he's finished investigating already, you mean? Yeah, he didn't stop to say nothing to no one, not even me.
Gina, would you mind if we investigate too?
Listen, Odo, you're a lawyer, right?
Yeah. Why?
Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you?
Oh. Poor Gina. She's never gonna forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever.
Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Zieks really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. I suppose you're right. Yeah.
Go on then, Odo. Get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened in here.
Thank you, Gina. Alright. Check the chimney. An empty fireplace makes a room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it?
It's thick with dust, look. I think it would be fair to say it has been used in a very long time.
In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather.
Or nobody lived in here at all, and merely visited when the occasions arose? I won't like to say which is more likely.
No, that's right. It's one or the other.
Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one of the Inspector Gregson's family members.
What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head.
Hey, they are! Look, Mr. Naruto! Quickly!
Huh. Why do I feel like this woman is familiar somehow? Oh. She's the, It's Evie Visual. She's looking for her husband. Is this his room?
Of course she's familiar. We only met with her this morning.
It's Miss Visual.
This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Miss Visual in here?
Huh. To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped.
I'm sorry to say, I have no idea either.
A smiling Miss Visual in her younger years was found dead at the scene of the crime. Could the missing husband be the murderer? What's this?
This looks like some sort of notice board or something.
Yeah, it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper.
Mr. Naruto, look!
This mean? It's an autopsy report, isn't it?
And these are case notes here, and details of prison inmates.
Yeah. In fact, they're all the sort of the documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room?
Some old newspaper cuttings. This one here.
Oh yeah, the advertisement, you mean? To the Red-Headed League. But why? What's that doing in here?
Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason.
Hello, sir. Excuse me. Oh, Inspector. Oh, sir. Poor man. Can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. Hello there. Excuse me. Sorry, sir. Can't see things, too many tears, Right. Perhaps I better leave you to your work, then. What about you? Excuse me. If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard. I've interrupted some deep thoughts there. Candle. The top of one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off.
Yes, there's wax spatter on the wall behind, look.
I suppose if a bullet had hit it.
It does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body.
Ugh. Now that wax on the wall looks like blood to me. Huh. Candelabrum from the wall of the room on Fresno Street where the inspector was found dead. Top of one of the candles appears to have been blown off. Yeah, this looks like this one just exploded. Ah, there are some black marks here. Look.
Yes, they look like some sort of scorch mark.
So perhaps the bullet struck the candelier, do you think? It's only the one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems.
Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them.
Well, anything else of interest? Not that I can tell. Weird, so one is shot. Did Gregson have a wig? Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing.
Oh, funnily enough, neither can I.
It's a hairpiece, isn't it?
It is! A bright red hairpiece!
Yeah, I suppose the fact that it's found right next to where the body was means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it?
And such a flame-colored red, too.
Yeah, that's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it? The whole red-headed leak thing or whatever.
Exactly. This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it.
Flame red wig found in the scene of the crime on Fresno Street. Presumably belonged to Inspector Gregson. So I suppose this is where the victim...
That's right. The ropes laid out but around the body show exactly how it's found. Poor Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away.
And would probably be under Dr. Scythe's scalpel now, if not for what happened last week.
From the shape of the rope, it appeared that the inspector was curled up in a ball.
So was he like grabbing his stomach in pain then? Assuming he was shot, then it looks as though maybe he was curled up in pain.
Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruto? You look like you've just seen a ghost.
I know it's just rope, but, well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that bloodstain next to it.
Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality.
Susasan is so strong, though. She's taking this far better than I am. What's this? Heck? Oh, what's this?
It appeared to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it?
Seeing as it's on the floor here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson?
It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Zeek's playing with something like this.
It's only about 8 centimeters tall. It could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, just in case.
Yes, I agree. It is very delightful, after all, in a way.
Little toy! Let me check that out. And this, too. Wig. I've always wondered what the underside of the hairpiece looks like.
That doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruto. You always want to see what lies beneath... Ace. Don't you?
I'm not sure that's quite how I put it. You must have to use lots of bird lime to keep it in place on your head. So it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean.
That might be a little inconvenient when you wanted to take it off again, don't you think?
Well, Gregson... Oh, yeah, I guess he could have a wig. Ed.
The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear.
I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes, you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody would enjoy twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around too? For fun! Whoop! What's that?
It appears to be some sort of key.
But it's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door, not that size. So what is it for, I wonder? It causes a key-like shaft to pop out from its base. Strange. Maybe a little box? This looks like some sort of key.
Yes, it does. A very tiny and simple key.
What's a little key doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? And what's it for? Strange. Alright. This is presumably the murder weapon, then.
Oh my, it is real, I suppose.
I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, so I really know very little about them.
There's one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruto. Fire a shot.
No, no, no. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Slightly safer to just ask someone who might know, I think.
The murder weapon that was found at the scene of the crime on Fresno Street. Probably best to avoid handling it. Listen, I got arrested twice earlier. I've been arrested twice before. I'm not going again. I suppose this must have been the murder weapon.
Oh my, it is real, I suppose.
I think so. Is this the same dialogue? Feels like it. Alright, Gina. Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing in here in the first place? That's what I want to know. It's what, half a year since I got out of the clink? That's when I decided to give up on me diving and become a detective instead. Oh yeah, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, did he?
Someone like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss until then. But it turns out, he's a bit of a legend at the yard. Goodness, really? They say he managed to solve some really tricky case, just like that.
He did?
Yep, and ever since then, he started going on all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard even knows what half the cases he's working on are, apparently.
That's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this?
I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all, but look where it landed him.
Respect for the Reaper? In what way?
I heard him say as much. I'll take my hat off at that fella. Where's words?
Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper.
Yeah, boss said that's exactly why I respected Bloat.
I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard.
He said something like to me and all that he didn't need to worry about the Reaper because he only goes after people who are bad. It did cost him a mind at ease when he said that.
Right. What is this place then? Does anyone live here?
Apparently it's being ran by some code called Hugh Boone. Hugh Boone?
It's a sort of here today, gone tomorrow name, that, isn't it? Yeah, it doesn't sound real.
Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him.
I see. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever.
Right, all that from the yard piles down gets stuck into the investigation. There's so little here, no one knows what to do with themselves. I do wonder.
Yeah, Mrs. Sato?
Well, could it be that this Hugh Boone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself?
What? How could that be?
Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his.
I never even considered that.
Nice work, Suze. We're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves.
You are?
If you look around the room, you'll see, there's a few things that hint at it.
We should really investigate the place in detail.
I see that's where the poor inspector was found, over there. Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet what did him in. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck the candle tree on the wall.
Oh yeah, it's blown one of the candles apart completely.
And the gun used there's there on the floor. It's the Reaper, innit? No denying it.
What? Really?
How you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stab me like with them big wide eyes. I'm only saying what I've heard. I don't know much about guns myself. There's some bigwig lawman and whatever said so. Why don't you ask him?
A bigwig logman, is it?
Anyway, Fresno Street runs along that window over there. There's some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot. Oh, but... I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken to the yard for questioning, that's why. We're all talking about the yard's legendary inspector here, after all.
They'll all be getting a grilling.
Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves?
I doubt it. The lads at the yard will just want to know what you're snooping around for, and you'll be up in for a grill and all.
So we can't interview the witnesses then. Shame. Bigwig lawman. I can only think of Lord Strongheart. We've made good time. I take an express train back to London. Hello? I can hear Lord Strongheart, can you?
Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone.
Hi, Cosma. Is everything in place? I had a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork.
It's Kazuma-sama.
Hi. Ah, your timing is impeccable. It is? No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry.
Yes. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zieks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson.
I believe only in facts. And the facts of this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Zieks for this crime. He must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective.
Oh no, surely not.
It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow, the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes. So does that mean the trial's tomorrow? Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions. Hey, Cosma. Please don't tell me. Cosma. Ah, but of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Sogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings. Leading the prosecution. Of course he is. Prosecutor Asogi. Alright.
Wait, what? Kazuma!
As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law. Yeah, but he's supposed to be a defense lawyer.
Kazuma-sama, a prosecutor?
Hi. By the way, do you know anything about guns? Can I show you this Lord Strongheart? No. Alright. Oh, it's right there. Tomorrow's trial. I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no. People all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey. And now, the Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Quite so. The public wants answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died under mysterious deaths.
But Lord Van Zieks firmly denies any involvement in such matters.
And there have been thorough investigations that prove him to be innocent. That's certainly true. Or it has been, at least until now. No. Tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. Prosecutor Asogi. So, Cosmo will be prosecuting tomorrow. That's right.
But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart.
Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely. I've no doubt at all that Cosmo will be razor sharp as a prosecutor.
But why Kazuma-sama? There's surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain.
It was a personal request. I has to be assigned to the trial. You asked for this, but why? It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation.
I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact.
You are quite right, Miss Mikotoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as a judiciary closing ranks. So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution. Ryunosuke, let's see how your skills have been honed after practicing law in this land for so many months.
Kazuma, I don't understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend.
Hey.
Oh, yeah, we know that there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zeeks?
That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene.
Well, the thing is, she wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know.
That's right, Mr. Naruto. Be direct.
It's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine.
In that case, it could actually belong to the victim.
No, Gregson had his gun on this person.
What about Lord Van Zeeks?
He claims it's currently not in his possession.
What?
According to his story, he lost it.
What?
In short, it's more than a little suspicious.
But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's is no proof that it's actually his.
No, of course not.
Nevertheless, the situation is great for Lord Van Zeeks. Hi there.
I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be alright now.
Has your memory completely returned?
Yes, completely. I remember everything. Including what I was coming here to do.
Right.
Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia?
It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London.
I'm so sorry for what's happened.
Anyway, my memory might have returned to me. There's something that won't return to the way it was before.
Huh?
What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. It doesn't look like we're going to glean much here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our Empire's history. There's much you could learn from the public gallery.
Sorry to have taken up so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out.
Hold it!
Hi!
Before you go, Ryunosuke.
Oh,
What is it, Cosmo? I just wanted to thank you.
Kazuma-sama, what?
You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my stead. And you carried out my role to perfection.
You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and now Mr. Naruto didn't want to die with you.
Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here.
Oh,
I actually have a favor to ask. Which is? This trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow? I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me. As a defense counsel. Why? What's this all about? I know you have what it takes. But Lord Van Zieks would never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. That's Lord Van Zieks and Inspector Gregson, so this must be his brother, Clint. And a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the looks of it. It's such a happy-looking photo. And who's the third person? It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes. What I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it. An old photographic print that displayed rather prominently in Inspector Gregson's office as if it was a treasured memory. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Just hurry, Inosuke. Visiting hours as prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? What are you doing? Alright. Lord Van Zieks, you will speak. Lord Van Zieks is still reading that letter.
We've been gone quite some time, though.
Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. I might even be able to read English faster than he can. I was intending to ignore you entirely, but I can't turn a deaf ear to such insulting Nipponese. Oh, sorry. Didn't think you could hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time.
Yes, we heard that your trial's set for tomorrow.
Which is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you. In other words, no.
We were just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecutor for your trial has been cited.
I expect nothing less, though I have no idea who it is. It's going to be Kazuma Asogi. Asogi? That made the color drain from his face. Well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. Asogi. 10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi.
Kenshin Asogi was Kazuma-sama's father.
So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court. I still understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you. It's what he does. No doubt he knew of the young man's true identity from the outset.
What could he have been hoping to achieve?
And let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma-sama recovered from his amnesia, or just Kazuma. I don't know why I said that. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? Asogi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you Nipponese. Right, your hatred of all is Japanese. I'd just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother, Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer. The so-called professor, assigned to the investigation as his partner, was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Asogi?
Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong.
Oh, how awful.
To avenge my brother, I prosecuted Nasogi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until I consented.
What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor?
The man in charge of the Professor Case inquiry, Lord Mayor Strongheart.
Oh! Interesting. So, Strongheart was the prosecutor. Wait, what? Lord Strongheart?
He was a highly accomplished prosecutor. He agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person to whom I felt indebted.
I'm sure he must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor.
Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? And, of all things, as a lawyer.
I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese.
I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years, that hatred had festered inside me. I could no longer control it.
And I can understand why. Now I know the history.
In the same way that I've long felt the Nipponese to be the bane of my life. To Kazuma Sogi, I'm the bane of his. The Reaper has sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow.
What about Inspector Gregson?
Gregson's transfer to Paris. To the Paris police prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month. But you'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy.
Oh yeah, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he?
I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred international, I mean?
It's the first time I've ever encountered it.
Oh, interesting.
The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place.
It sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed.
I'm afraid to say that we are very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at the Scotland Yard.
Again, it was 10 years ago that he first made a name for himself. By uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's true identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, that discovery would never have been made.
What sort of approach?
After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy.
Oh my, 10 years ago.
Why is that so surprising?
Autopsy was considered as desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. And my brother was of course a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords as a result. And as a result, I could avenge my brother's death.
So, you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then.
It's even more inconceivable that you would have taken his life.
I don't have confidence in anyone.
Oh.
And I'm sure Gregson felt the same way. I've no doubt he thought of me as only the ominous Reaper, just like the rest of London.
What really went on between Lord Van Zeeks and Gregson, I wonder? What is the true nature of the relationship? Sorry, I need a drink of water. About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene.
Yes. It's not mine.
Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is.
What do you think? Why do you expect me to say that?
Lord Stronger informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm.
As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true.
When did you lose it then?
That I don't know.
Oh,
I was issued the revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stowed it away somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps.
For being the Reaper, that is awfully careless of the Reaper.
you have something in common with Lord Van Seeks after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things.
No, this has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it.
Don't make the mistake of associating me with this Nipponese.
Oh dear, the rift is very wide, isn't it?
So it's not decisive evidence, clearly. But it doesn't look good, that's for sure. Well, Gregson didn't care about you. Explain this photograph, then.
Look at the...
Lord Van Zeeks, we came by this old photograph.
Where did you get that? It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long gone.
Is this man on the left there?
Yes, that's my brother, Clint.
Person on the left is Clint Van Zeeks. I feel like we could have inferred that.
It had to be, really.
Yeah. Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know. Were you aware of that?
Respect? That's nonsense.
No? We've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Gino Lestrade, no less.
Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time where things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past. I thank you.
I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle, an insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the Reaper of the Bailey. I didn't mean to skip that.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Holy crap, you said my name! Oh! That's the first time he's ever used my actual name.
I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in.
What's that?
That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth.
Lord Van Zeeks.
From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now, I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Here's a loathsome Nipponese, who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Asogi.
The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way.
When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me.
You mean this photograph?
Back then, I was able to laugh. I was free of the shackles of the mistrust that plague me now. I looked to the future with hope. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe.
I'm so sorry.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes.
I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me?
Of course I will. It would be an honor.
I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruto.
Then my life is in your hands.
Okay, finally. For Lord Van Zeeks. That must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask. Which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in Old Bailey, against my old friend Kazuma. Alrighty. I can go on for a bit longer. Why not? Yeah. It's trial time, it's trial time. Alrighty. Old Bailey defendant's antechamber. There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no. It's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air.
There's a menacing tension in the air in here today, isn't there? I suppose...
Yeah, I think so. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant.
A little more court courtesy, if you please.
Oh, I do apologize.
However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary.
What do you mean?
I'm not privy to the details, however, I understand that no jury has been selected.
Oh. No jury. Weird.
A trial without jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago.
A closed court. Hello! Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes. Have you made a note of my hair, Miss Naruto? An outright victory for science, you must agree. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. I did too, admittedly. Huh. What to one man is a little hair problem is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning.
Oh dear, how awful for you.
I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim.
Now you. I see London celebrate the great detective is as active as ever.
Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I can readily commend you.
What an honor. And that would be...
Your eye for good lawyer, sir. Mr. Sholmes. After all, behind this lawyer there is a very great mind. My own.
What are you trying to say?
I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Sorry to barge in. Oh, hey! Oh, hey, you too! Gina! What's that on her arm? It's a morning bat, I suppose.
Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium?
It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action.
Hi!
I should be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year.
Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see.
Odo?
Oh, yeah, Gina?
Why'd you have to agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on? This Reaper bloke, everyone's saying it was him. Who killed the boss.
I'm sorry, Gina. But I just don't believe that.
Well, if it were him, who was it?
I don't know that. Yet.
I don't care who calls him what. Rita's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. If it turns out it was him what killed the boss, then God help him.
Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing.
Eh?
At least, there may be some solace to the deceased.
Please, Odo. Get whoever did this for the boss. Oh, Gina. I hate feeling useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you've gotta find who done this and make the wretch pay.
Counts for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once. Alright then. Here it goes.
It's time, Mr. Naruto.
Oh, actually, are you gonna help me?
Lord Van Zeeks.
You're still gonna help me. Cool. I was worried that you weren't gonna be on my side. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murder. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law.
And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye.
And the stream is... Brother. Why is the bitrate going funky? Wait. Oh. Well. Oh, cool. Now the bitrate's just not even showing on Twitch. Weep. Cool system. It don't work. Okay, there we go. Alright, it seems like everything's working now. Apologies, I'm super sorry. It just completely died for some reason. I don't know why, but it's working now.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct a fair and just trial of the defendant, Barrett von Zeeks. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long. It feels...
But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench.
The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind the scourge. In our words,
This trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder.
the truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present, by Her Majesty's direct orders.
How will that work, my lord?
The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the jurors' bench shall remain vacant today.
If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord?
They are members of the judiciary, here to witness the proceedings and ensure an equitable trial.
Members of the judiciary? Cool. Oh my. This is a very unusual trial already.
There's of course another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsel for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come to Britain.
Kazuma?
Very well. Let's commence the proceedings. Prosecutor Sogi, your opening statement, if you please. Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on the 1st of November, just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago.
The Professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident?
Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported at the same time.
Yeah, that's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses.
I have your plan of the room. The victim was found curled up in one corner. I believe it's believed he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly. How has the range been determined? There were scorch marks around the entry room. Such marks are caused by gunpowder used to fire the bullet. The powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range. I see. Yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel.
Stating the death was instant.
The murder weapons found lying beside the victim.
I don't know. That seems weird to me. Death was instant?
Wait, whoa.
Where is the time of death?
Coroner is Mariah Gorey.
Cause of death. Victim was shot in the chest at close range from the front, resulting in instant death. Scorch marks at point of entry. The bullet exited the body from behind. The caliber of the gun use matches that of a standard issue firearm from members of the judiciary. So if it's not Van Zeek's, it's someone else high up.
And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord. Not conclusively.
Bravo, Kazuma-sama, for not trying to use the gun as evidence when evidence can't be proven.
Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver is fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There's a candelabra mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile.
We noticed that too, didn't we?
Yeah, that's right. Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, if you please. As you wish, my lord.
Well, I'm very worried already because he's very much thorough.
Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode? No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone. But there's precious little furniture inside and is generally in a poor state of repair.
So what on earth was Gregson even doing there?
Presumably he was investigating some case or other.
When the policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. Why was Van Zieks holding the gun? So the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. A name, please, counsel. Naturally, the accused himself.
Lord Van Zieks?
As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken and will be compelled to tell the truth.
I'm worried where this is headed.
Very well, let the defendant take the witness stand. Alright. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Beric Van Zieks, Old Bailey prosecutor. I presume, Lord Van Zieks, that you heard Prosecutor Sogi's opening precis. I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord. And I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question. And what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I'll simply tell the truth. I must say, Lord Van Zieks, I would never imagine this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. Your formal testimony then, witness.
Well, well, well. The facts of the incident.
I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside, and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. That testimony was the whole truth? It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. And moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes, is that it?
You're right. You haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse.
I thought you were my mute apprentice. As it turns out, you have a way with words, Prosecutor Sogi. It would appear to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word. It's laughable.
What's gone into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all.
Very well then. Sorry, I was doing something. Ugh, sorry. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Nice art. Let's hear it. You were investigating the inspector. What on earth for?
I'm not at liberty to say.
Sorry?
I'd identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Is the court to understand, then, that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene? No. I was privy to his movements in advance.
How?
I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zieks? I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you were investigating the victim. And yet, you refused to tell the court why.
That's what I want to hear. I want to hear it.
I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedoms to choose what to divulge under oath.
Why did I ever think I could defend this man?
Had you ever been to the address before?
No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything.
But at 5 p.m., the sun would only have just gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside.
The room has a window, but is boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo. There is a small desk in the room just here.
Yeah, I remember. There was an oil lamp on it. Just as well as a framed photograph.
When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate.
And what did you find?
Nothing. I never actually reached the desk.
Hold it!
So, who fired the gun?
I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room.
But you say it was a very dark cave. It was very dark in there.
Yes, that's right. Why are you talking about a cave? All I can tell you is I didn't sense another's presence.
Ah! Then could it be the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room?
No, that's out of question.
Oh.
Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder.
This is going from bad to worse.
And you say that's the point. Say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor. Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. It was carelessness on my part. Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took into your hands. In point of the fact, my lord, I believed it did not.
What?
The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder.
What? But then where on earth is the gun that was fired?
Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that.
Hold it!
A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume?
That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of this crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they've heard the gunshot. And without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened.
Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she?
They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process.
But you're supposed to be a Reaper.
The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion, and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear?
Honestly, I can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly there it was.
Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground beforehand?
At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more.
I see.
After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson.
Most curious circumstances indeed.
How the inspector was killed, or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
Objection!
Surely the court has heard enough.
I am in trouble. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Beric von Zieks, is lying on multiple fronts.
What is that supposed to mean?
Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say?
In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark.
That's correct.
No, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabrum. How does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it's been blown off by a powerful impact.
One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle.
The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly a different length.
Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long.
We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question, why only one has ended up longer than the others? That must be because this particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning.
That's right.
That's right. I got so used to the Reaper. That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still be burning. So the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum. And the accused claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. And now, to the next lie. There's more? The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before.
That's the truth.
In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings.
Yes, that's right. We saw it too.
It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago. This is starting to sound familiar. And there's a common thread linking all of the documents on that board.
Indeed? What is this common thread, counsel?
They all relate to cases prosecuted in courts by Beric von Zieks. All of them. And furthermore, all of those cases are the ones in which the defendant was acquitted.
Good lord!
Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper.
Ah! Oh no.
In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations.
The Reaper's hideout!
And yet the Reaper would claim never to have been to his own secret hideout. No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. Backwards? Explain, Counsel. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand.
What? Ow. How did we get to this point? This is fast.
Order, order, order! Very well. I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Merrick von Zeeks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret I must concur with Prosecutor Sogi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts. All I have done is state the truth as I know it.
Cosmo's done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case, and it's formidable.
Counsel, you will submit the board that you just showed to the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts around the Reaper's existence. Thank you, my lord.
I think I'm going to go ahead and end it for today. So, I know it's a bit abrupt, but I've just been streaming all day now, mostly, or whatever. I don't know. Point is, I feel like now's a good point to end. So, thank you all for watching, and I hope hopefully the issues with the internet will be done later, but whatever. That's a problem for another day. See ya.